All right, here we go. Welcome in, everybody. Today, we are back to actually making a video game. Yay, it's happening. We're finally able to start making a video game. It's amazing. Today, we're going to be working on the mining aspect of the game. And trying to get some of that logic worked out. I need help thinking of how do you do this? How do we do this? What is the behavior of when you go to mine something? What does the player see? We might also try and get the camera to move around. Right now, the player's inputs are not relative to the angle of the camera. So I think we'll get some, we'll try and do something really quick first with getting more than 16 directions going. So let's get the 32 directions that we could get going from our different angles on the input pad. And we'll do that first. Might be a little bit more involved than I'm hoping. Let me take a look at how we're doing it right now. Right. I'm not going to tackle that just yet. That's almost an all day kind of thing. So we're going to ignore that for now. We're not going to do camera rotations just yet. And let's get to work on the mining. So we have this thing called mineable. And question is, how do we set this up? Let's look at our sim packet. We're not sending velocity right now. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So we don't have anything about the state of the world here. So we need to start thinking about that. Mineable objects. And we have in the game nothing there. Nothing in the server.
Huh?
Mr. D-Boy, how's it going? Jacob, how's it going? Oh my god. Goosebumps. Is there something called World here? There is something called World. Ugh. World. Game. I guess it would be World. Mining is a node. Mines is an array of mineable. We append mines to it. Game is not there. Is World in? It is. Okay. Okay. Mining. Good. Mining. Oh my god. So I was asking, how do we do mining? What does it look like in our game? What does it look like? That's the only problem with playing Fantasy Life is it starts to influence your thinking. If we look at our character animations, we have the chop animation. That's for like wood cutting, right? Oh, that's cool. It doesn't do anything. It's the damn animation tree is taking over. If we go into here, we can play chop. First, we have to. God bless it. Open, anyways. There we go. So that's supposed to be chop. I guess that's a attack, a chop, not a wood cutting chop. Slice. What does that look like? So that's like chopping wood. So what they're calling chop is closer to a mining. Pink. Pink. I don't know. We're kind of at, we can do anything. What we could do is like you press and hold it and then you release at a certain point. But then it's also like, do you have different mining things you can do? But maybe for now we just make it like some sort of like sweet spot. In real life, when you're mining, as we all know, right? All of us having worked the mines for our freedom. Pagorli, how's it going? I like how Pagorli comes in and, hey everybody, hi to the streamer too, I guess. But in real life, when you're mining, you're trying to hit a specific point, right? So it's a combination of strength and accuracy. I'm here for the community. People come to Tchotchkes for the atmosphere and the attitude. Rust does a different type of mining minigame where you hit the critical point and it changes periodically, but gives bonuses. That's how it works in Fantasy Life as well. You're going around searching for the sweet spot, and then occasionally the sweet spot will move. So we could, but it's just you're traveling around an area. That's it. We could do something like there's a little grid shows up, and you have you're holding down the more a circle that you're holding down a button, and the more that the circle gets smaller, the more power you're going to release with. And you got another little spot that you're trying to hit. And that little spot moves around. Or maybe it just shows up. And you have a count, you have a, like, once you press and hold, the spot shows up. And we could call it the good spot. So for short, we'll call it the G spot. So you're trying to hit the G spot. So you press and hold, and this thing starts shrinking, and then the G spot shows up, and you have to find the G spot. And so while you're trying to find the G spot, you're pressing and holding. And then you keep pressing and holding, and ultimately what you're trying to do is get it right in the middle of the G spot. And the closer you get it on the spot, and when you release, there's a big explosion, and it's like, and that's like what you're going for is some good hits on the G spot there. What do you guys think? So that's the good spot, but abbreviated G spot. I've been practicing for this moment. I think I'm scared. Press and hold. So what we could do to start with is, I guess to make it difficult, this could be in different spots. Like most of the time it's around the middle, and then it's like over here. And maybe it's like kind of moving around. But it's different for every mind, you know. We could try that. So how do we prevent cheating on this? Right? If the server sends the client, I mean, there's anybody can cheat in any number of ways in these types of games. Nice 3 consecutive streams, Redstone. So it could be like that. What do you guys think? Well, it will be multiplayer. It won't be just 2. I suppose they could even cheat offline if they really wanted to. There's no validation through a central authority. It's all just the hosted server. I guess the main thing when we're thinking about cheating, yeah, we want to think of it from a co-op experience. Is the cheating something that's going to harm the experience for other players in the co-op? So it's more like I'm trying to think of it from a server authority. If the server's the authority, how do we do this in a way? I think we'll do it local on the client for now. We can try this. What do you guys think? I mean, does this sound like something? Does this sound interesting? I guess it doesn't have to be a square either. It could be a circle in a circle. That feels like a quick mini game I could slap together. Stardew, you just hit the button repeatedly. You come up to the resource and you just start mining. So even if I do this and I decide it's a waste or it's not like what I want every time, this could be a special move. So like you press another button and it activates this. And then that that triggers the like skilled hit. And so it's something you can do occasionally when your stamina's high enough or something. And then this little thing pops up. Well, let's try and program this real quick. Well, you know what? Step one, let's just get up there and hit the darn thing. Does the player, when we enter a mineable space, does the player just lock on to the resource? Is it like an attack where you have to, if you can miss? For now, we're just going to have you walk up, hit a button, and mine. Let's just get that going. But I do like this idea here. Something like this. So we'll shoot for that too. But first, let's get the loop going of we've mined a resource. Where does all the responsibilities, where does everything fire at in order for this to happen proper? So when we enter an interaction area, it's a mineable resource. Right now, it's just mines. Player controller. This is where things get weird too, because so I have something called free move. That's just us being able to move around. And we'll have a state called mining as well. And by default, we'll be at free move. We should probably have a state called locked, where we can't do anything. This is like if we have a cutscene and we're animating the character. and we're using the same player character that the player actually controls. So we lock them so that it can't do anything. Start out with free move. And when we enter an interaction area, we can test it and see if it's a mineable area or not. If it's mineable, we enter the mining mode. Or we can say you can choose to mine. How loose do we want it? Well, let's just at least say that you're in a mineable area. We could do something with the UI for this. So we're going to test what we enter. Now we are in area 3D, class name mineable, so we can test the area and see if it's mineable or not. If area 3D is mineable, then our state equals, we need a set state. Okay. Yeah. In Stardew, you can miss too. So you can go and try to hit something and just totally whiff. Not like it's a mechanic, but just like your aim was off. It's mining is not necessarily a skilled thing. I believe you can press and hold in Stardew as well to mine. You do like a charge thing or something eventually. I could be wrong about that. And eventually you get additional, like you'll get different additional kind of trinkets and stuff. So when you mine something, the resources come towards you, or you're more lucky. It's all passives. Stuff like that. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Be right back. I'm making a video game now. Yay! Back to it. Okay, so the other thing I was thinking is, so in Godot, you know what sucks is if I want a UI that follows the player around, hovers over their head, since we're seeing everything in third person, it's actually really expensive to do that in Godot. In GDScript, at least, from the process overhead. So I might be able to reduce. I might be able to reduce that by ticking it and not updating every process step, or say only updating. Yeah, we could do it. We could do it on the physics step. We only have to do it once per frame. So doing it every process step is unnecessary. So but ideally we'll have some sort of icon over the player saying, "Hey, you can mine." Like you're close enough to a thing to mine it. Or we don't. Yeah, like a call to action. No, it doesn't. It runs multiple times. An interact prompt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I can do it on the physics step. I just feel like from a thinking standpoint, that's the physics step. um. So yeah, we'll do it on a tick. We'll try it every frame, and if we can try it less than that, see if it's any better. Um, but we're gonna skip that for now. But it's something we've got on our little to do here. Um, so let's see if we get to this mining state. So let's print out the state change. Make sure we're hitting that. And this happens when we enter a mineable area. Oh shoot, I don't have the other controller plugged in. That's the first time I showed my daughter the game. Yesterday. So I actually had something to show for it. Set state 2. Okay. So yeah, when we get close enough, it's going to say you can mine. And when we exit an area, this is where stuff gets a little weird. Okay. No, process physics will run every physics step. Process will run um is it more than per frame? Let's see. Let's look it up. I'm pretty sure it's more than it's not on a frame tick. I'm very confident about that. Um Each idle frame prior to rendering and after physics ticks have been processed. Delta is time between frames in seconds. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is on each frame tick. It is only called if processing is enabled for this node. When the engine is struggling and the frame rate is lower, delta will increase. When delta is increased, it's capped at a maximum of engine timescale. As a result, delta may not. So if we're on a, this is the thing, if we're on a, see, the reason why it's not a frame tick, in my opinion, is because if we cap the frames at 60 frames a second, process will run many more times than that in that 60 frames a second. If we are no, if we don't VSync, then, that would be different. But I'm pretty confident, I could double check, I'm pretty confident that if I printed the frame number on each process tick, we would see the same frame number multiple times. So we can try that. Is there an easy way to see frame? Get frames drawn. Oops. Now, right now, I don't believe that I'm uncapped on my frame rate. Yeah, it's happening multiple times in a frame. Now, we can close this one up to be certain. But yeah, it is multiple times. I mean, granted, since we're doing a print statement, it looks like it's only twice on a frame here. But I'm guessing if we uncap the frame rate, if we turn off VSync, then it'll only be once per frame. No, it's still multiple times per frame. So it does get called more than once a frame. Let's read it again. called on each idle frame prior to rendering. No, I stopped the other game. So, and I could run it with just one run instance. That's why it's kind of dangerous, because it's not, you can do things more than you need to, because realistically in a game you only need to update the state of certain things once between each frame draw when you're changing the state of the world or whatever, and so you don't have to constantly right. That's the point of Delta. That's why I try and stay. That's why I try and stay out of process, because you can really overdo it. And it doesn't. And I don't mean I call a function that's in process that then runs somewhere else, right? I don't mean that. I mean I literally, I base everything on this thing is going to trigger this thing when it happens, and only then. Yeah. Yeah, just stay out of it as much as you can. It really does. It really, really does. Even doing a simple count using Delta to count up and then doing something on that count instantly taxes that comparison inside of process, instantly will start to tax your game's frame rate. It's crazy how much it can tank it. Because I was like, I don't need timers. I'll just count a number up, and then I'll do a comparison, and it's like blah, 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 that process step is like bleh. What about a fixed update? So that's what I was talking about doing is, so what we can do, there's a function we can do that's called, or not a function, but yeah, the get frames thing. So then we use the frame, or we get a frame tick. But we have to do it on a tick cycle somehow. Right. But the problem with that though is if it runs, it'll still run twice in a frame. Physics process is fixed, yeah. I'm considering using it. But I'm pretty sure that what the process's behavior is, as soon as it can. As soon as it can go again, as soon as it can go again, as soon as it can go again. Physics process for sure runs more often than process. No, it's it should be based on the tick for physics, which in my case is only 60. Tick, physics ticks per second. That's why they have this smoothing, right? I mean, we could print the delta, and the delta time would be bigger on physics. It looks like here it's the same. Do I have VSync on? Because that would be, it would make it the same. VSync is enabled. If we disable it, it should be more often. Yeah, with VSync disabled. With VSync disabled, physics process fires way less. Because it's only every 60 frames. Wonder why it's acting like it's doing it twice, though. That's weird. Oh, you know why? Because I have another character on the scene. I have this character on the scene. That's what's doing it. Because that's a player controller. This should make it once. Nope, still happening. No, physics process once. So yeah, I had 2 player characters on the scene. That's why it was firing twice. Medusa T, what's up? I printed frames from my process. It doubled up only once every start frame. Yeah, if you're at 60 frames, if you're V-synced, then your frame tick, your process tick, and your physics tick would be identical. If you still have 60 frames for your physics. But let's even check here. So yeah, see, we still see more processes. It's pretty much 1-to-1 though. Because both frames are being calculated once per frame. But process can, so I guess that's a better way to explain it. Process, if you have VSync disabled, process can run more than once per frame. Basically, fixed update can do multiple physics ticks if the rendering of a frame took longer than expected. Oh, so that's a sign. Oh, that might be a sign then that the frames are falling behind. Anyways, but are we going to do VSync disabled? Probably not. So I guess it doesn't matter if I choose physics process or process to run this in. However, if we do lower the frame rate, say on certain platforms we do let you fix the frame rate to 30 or whatever, that does mean that it will happen less. And because of Godot's Godot-iness, if we're going to do it on not on a process step anyways, we may as well tie it to a timer. Because the timer is cheaper than doing a conditional inside process to achieve the same result. So what we could do is have a global Godot-iness. Yep. Mungalo, how's it going?
Shut up and take my money.
Medusa with a gifted sub for Ghosts. Thank you, Medusa. So we've talked a lot.
Shut up and take my money.
Jesus, another one from Mungalo. Medusa, thank you so much. Patron saint of the stream. We need please find look up any saint, an image of some saint, some painting somewhere, Medusa, and we'll put your name beneath it. And we can put that somewhere on the stream. Let me do a shout out to Mungalo real quick. Damn it, Mungalo. I don't have a thing for you. Because I have nothing to link to. I need to do one for Mr. D-Boy as well. Let me get that one queued up. Doing meh. The whole equipment hole is bottomless so far. Let's see if there's a saint of tea. Lu Yu is the sage of tea, but there is no official Christian saint of tea. So Lu Yu, here we go, Medusa. Would this be okay if we had this to represent you? in the I don't know where I would put it. Yes. All right, I'll find a more high res image of this. This is who I want to be. All right. Contributions to Chinese tea culture. He's got statues and everything. It's an old man with a long beard. He looks like a gray beard. He looks like a Unix programmer. Oh, God. They all look like ZZ Top BAM members. If you ever see a guy who programs at some place and he looks like he could be in ZZ Top, then that's the person you go to for advice. Should the beard be snakes? That would be an amazing album cover. All right. Well, we don't have any UI anything yet, and we're getting sidetracked with a bunch of other things. So let's get back to the main event, which is just hitting something and mining it.
Shut up and take my money.
Another gifted sub, Medusa, for Giganzo. Jeez. Sheesh. Medusa single-handedly funding the development of this game right now. I'm cut off. You got a little gift package next to you. You got a special icon now. Let me do shout out to Mr. D-Boy. Mr. D-Boy is working on Mr. Farm Boy. You can play the demo right now. And I would shout out Jacob, but Jacob's too shy to make a Steam page. Everyone shame Jacob. Point and laugh. You are a silly goose. I think I'm going to make that a rule going forward, that I am not going to play people's games unless there is a Steam page. At some point, I might make that a rule. Just to get us to deliver. Stand and deliver. How do I reach these kids? You have to stand and deliver. Dude, paperwork and phone calls. Phone calls to whenever you have to make a phone call to like it's not some place you're talking to a lot. It's like, oh. By the way, that I think even worse than that is going to any doctor's office and like I saw this YouTube video about when you are done with your doctor's visit and you go up to the desk and you're like, I need to make a schedule my next appointment, and they just look at you like you've asked the most bizarre thing ever. It's like, yeah, I need to schedule my next appointment, and they're just like, what? Like, like, come on, what are you doing to me here? This is like every time a patient walks out of that goddamn door and walks up to you, what is it they say every time? But I need to schedule an appointment, and you look at them like they've asked the most insane or made the most insane statement. Oh, you expect to live that long look? Oh my God, that was something. I wanted to sock this ambulance driver when or no, it was a nurse, and the EMTs were coming to take my mom from one hospital to another, basically. And the nurse is like, they wanted to what was going on so they knew how to treat her en route. And he's just like, oh, it's just stage 4 cancer. It doesn't, basically he was like, it doesn't matter. And it was just like, oh my God, guys. I almost got arrested. All right. Anyways. Fuck that guy. Stresses me out irrationally. I've never enjoyed dealing with Android, Google, iOS, Apple, Steam, even itch. Yeah, it gives me anxiety. It doesn't matter, and I just push through it. I'll sort it out later as needed. Yeah. It was a nurse. He was making an offhanded comment. The EMTs that were picking up my mom were asking, like, they wanted to know specifics so they knew how to treat her as she was headed to a hospital. And he's like, well, she just has stage 4 cancer. And it's like, Oh, okay. So I guess that means like you just sort of stare at her while you drive from the from this place to the other place. Like, why don't we just throw her in the car? What is the point of this? But I mean, she'd been stage 4 for 3 years. It was just really weird for like, it doesn't matter. All right. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, it's all in the past. Nothing I can do about it. I handled it fine when it happened. I just couldn't. I kind of couldn't believe the guy. So, I had been shown from. Medusa's working on Steam page, checking the last boxes. Need to add privacy terms and CS to my website for the game. Ooh, new Steam page soon. And the art is still a filler. So I do know about screenshots yet. Make the page complete. Need to create shaders, which I'll do one day. No one's seen it. Haven't posted a single image of it. Turn-based tactical confirm. See, this is the part where everything just sort of breaks. I can't edit anything in here. Object is read-only. Must be made inside the original scene. If I make it local, I still can't do it. Wait, now I can. Explain. Explain. America! America! Explain yourself. Why is this art? What is it? Why is this Kansas and this not Arkansas? Why is this Arkansas? Explain. Explain. Chaturanga is one of the oldest. What are you talking about? Ancient Indian board game or a transitional yoga pose. I have not heard of this. Interesting. Ah, I'm working on chess roguelike. Gotcha. That's why. Okay. I'm going to look at something that I was sent from Rig yesterday. The way he's using Animation Tree. Advanced expression-based node. So here. Mm-hmm. I did. I doxed Rig. Hmm. I see. So my real problem here then is I need to set this in procedurally to up here for my needs. So we have to change the import scripts. So we are adding animation tree here. And we want to set the advanced expression-based node to equal scene. Node cannot be assigned to a variable of node path. Brah. It says node. So this wants a node path. Can I say get path? Like that. All right, let's see if that works. Re-import. Does not like it.
No, sir, I don't like it.
We want it to be here. It would make sense that it wouldn't know the path because it's not added to a scene tree. So we literally can't sign it here. It has to be assigned on the player controller on ready or initialization. Don't save. And it's not going to fire here because we're not a tool. My dad's not a cell phone. Duh. I'm an adult. Hands me his cell phone, says it's my dad. My dad's not a cell phone. I'm an adult. So I threw it on the ground. There we go.
There she is.
Huh?
What I wanted to happen here, thanks to Rig. We're making it happen here.
Okay. It's not 100% confirmed, but I'd say it's definitely Persian or Indian. And you've heard of the, I'm assuming, Medusa, you've heard of the royal game of Ur as well, right? Or no? Did I trigger nightmares yet? Hilden, how's it going? What actually got me more invested in researching the history of chess was the fact that I was worried about making a game someone else might be making. In the past, it stopped me from pursuing a project I was interested in. But like Dark Souls and games influenced by it, we all like good games that play like games we like. Each is unique in its own essence. So I partially drove into how games evolve and are branched and shared, etc., as a way to pay homage and evolution, and acknowledge that we all work making a ton of content these days. It's okay to work on similar things. My lack of shame told me I'm about to be heavily inspired by 3 titles and smash them together, and I just sent it, says Sorrow. Hilden says, and no one is making the exact thing you want because even you fail to fully make what you want. That's very true. Figured the best comment as a solo indie dev is, wow, just to make a copy of insert AAA game. I'll send you a Tom. I'm in a village. I'm on an airplane. I'm flying above Britain. Who's that guy that he doesn't make YouTube videos anymore? He made a video about it. I'll find the link for you. Here it is. Tom Scott. I'm in a tunnel underground. There's that meme. It's a Tom Scott meme of when you're trying to get a game of D&D going with your friends. I think that's a link to the video.
The easiest.
I'm eating 2 chorizos while I'm drunk and high on methamphetamine. All right. That's my Tom Scott impersonation. One of you is chuckling. Someone out there watching is chuckling. He said, totally. I wonder if his YouTube video that the title accurately updates the view count is still working. If I put a lol in chat every time I smirked or chuckled. Dad? All right, let's see if this works. It should, we should see a chop animation play. Hold on to your butts. Oops. Negative, Ghost Rider. Bull is not. We are not chopping. Chop equals true. Let's look at the scene tree. Did I not save? I don't know if I saved that, though. Let's try it again. Let's look at the scene tree and see if we have proper structure for the player controller. Game. Players. Animation tree. Advanced expression node. So players 1. And is there a chop in here? There is a chop. Jack shit happens when we hit chop. Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find. Things a teacher will surely beat you, but nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher now. Kick. Kick. Kick, punch, block. Turn, chop, kick. Chop. Expression is chop. Do we have to use the damn getter and setter thing? Is it a getter? How did you do this? How did you do this, Rig? Son, how's it going? Thinking of what I should print next. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to share them with me, please. I just recently made an armadillo lizard in rain box glow in the dark. Woo! So you had a Boolean with a getter. Did you need the getter for this to work? If you don't want to be a calculated value. So when I assign it, it should happen immediately? Like if it's a bool and I set it from false to true, that should trigger it, right? Curiouser and curiouser. Okay, let's see. We're going to investigate further. Could not resolve add player. You know what? Do I need your sass right now? I don't. We're hitting our breakpoint. Right now, chop is off. We step through. Ain't nothing happening. Arrow set to automatic. Arrow set to automatic. If you have the arrow set to automatic. You have your mom set to automatic. Let's see. It is automatic. Chat is in the way of the inspector. Well, you know what, chat? I am sick of your sassiness. Let's move you over right here. That's better. I'm chat, and I'm the problem. Mode is auto. Could move your mom 25% to the top. Switch mode. Do I do enabled? I have a Nintendo Switch. Is that what I need? Do I need a Nintendo Switch for this to work? I'll go get it. Do I need to go get it? Mode, you're on auto. Immediate. I'm on immediate auto. Anything else? Priority 1. Priority 1 delivery. Chop. 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 You probably need to have it coming out of an idle state. But if I play it, if I trigger it, it just goes here. So isn't that proof that it should work? I have to manually assign the advanced expression base node. So I am setting it, but it's possible it's just not right. Relative to its position, this would be the parent. So is movement your idle state? I mean, I guess. I'm constantly updating this value so that I'm either standing there or I'm doing this. It's a blend. What do you call it? Blend space 1D. Everything just kind of loops back to it. I just hit another animation and we go back. Play mode is forward. Advance on start. Use custom timeline. Chop. Expression. Use an expression as a condition for the state machine transition. It is possible to create complex animation advanced conditions for switching between states, and it gives greater flexibility for creating complex state machines by directly interfacing with the script code. Dude, monkey balls, that's awesome. Or Sun. This is what Sun made. That's pretty sweet. Please show that off for me one more time. Look at that. Zoom and enhance. Look at that rustic table, by the way. Well, let's try using a relative path for our advanced expression based node. How do we just get our parent? Can I just do something like this? Let's look it up. Node path. So that's the parent. Apparently I need this for some reason. I don't quite know why. Let's roll it again. Look at that. That's totally different. Well, I manually assigned it just now, so maybe it'll work. Negative. Hmm. What if I do an export on this? So now we have a chop variable. I'm turning it on and off. Nothing is happening. Let's make it a tool. Barbian. Chop. Nothing. Set it to Barbian. Set chop. Nothing. So manually set and chop for my Barbian. Property bool, chop bool. And we are looking at expression chop for Barbian. We've manually set to Barbian. Here's what you got. Well, I'm wasting my time here, so I think I'm going to move on. No, it's no biggie. Who knows what's going on? There could be something about my project just overall that it just doesn't like. Don't worry about it. The path to the node used to evaluate animation node expression if one is not explicitly specified internally. What is not explicitly specified internally? What does that mean? Now we did set this on import and we determined that that was wrong. So maybe if we re-import for our Barbian. So now it's complaining about chop is not found. Mm-hmm. You are correct, sir. Barbian. It doesn't show anything. Well, let's get back to what we were doing. We'll just trigger the animation manually by setting the param, my friends. We shall set the param ourselves. State machine. Travel. So it doesn't see travel. I could have told you that. Animation tree get. playback. Animation node state machine playback. Oh, it's a totally different. Okay. So does this have travel? It do. Hey, there we go. All right, clink, clink. Now let's see how this works on multiplayer. It's probably, it'll animate right for both clients, but for a third client, it wouldn't. This is what's weird about a lot of this stuff, guys. So with two clients, it'll work. Well, no, it won't. We won't see the animation if it's the server. Let's start and connect. And go over here. Clink. So we don't see it on this client's side, but for the server, we would see it on both sides. So if the client goes up and does it, if another client goes up and does it, the server will show the animation too. But so what we need to think about is if we're sending, what kinds of action states are we going to send across a server tick update? And how could we pack that data so that it's super tiny and small? Let me catch up on chat here. Thank you for your help, Rig. We're going to investigate further, but I'm not going to spend time on it right now. And maybe the answer will just come to me as I'm working on other things. Well, of course it doesn't. The data doesn't finish, obviously. That was a joke of high-level concept, stating a matter of fact. But it didn't come across that way because text is plain and cold. Maybe I'll set my tower up today. Streaming feels like so much effort. I can hardly manage to work without streaming. I feel like I should stream at least one day of dev, though. You know what you could do if Medusa, if streaming seems like too much, but you still want to have that responsibility of that you get from it, what you could do is just use OBS to record yourself working as if you were streaming, and then you can just upload it and run it as a rerun on Twitch. So if you want to use streaming as a way of forcing yourself responsibility of, but you don't want to actually do the streaming part live, because that's like, it creates a different kind of pressure that you're not trying to get to, then yeah, you could record yourself and then basically you can upload a recording and then broadcast it. And another thing about that too is that you would have a consistent streaming schedule, even if you couldn't consistently work on it normally. So you could always have that broadcast hit the same exact time. I don't know how many people would watch a broadcast, like a non-interactive thing, but it might be a good way to just keep yourself honest. I was curious about this ring buffer. Is there one per peer? So the ring, yeah, each peer is sending a buffer of the last 20 inputs. So it's 48 bytes. And it contains the direction of the player's controller, the angle of the camera, the 3 levels of pressure for the analog input, and then 3 inputs, 3 button inputs as well. So we can have the player have a bunch of different button inputs, but the ones that we want that need to go to the server, we can dedicate those as part of that that buffer that we send across. And so long as one of the last 20 times that buffer is sent makes it, the server can still continuously reconstruct the exact timing of the button presses to simulate it exactly as the client had done it. And then we have a lot of fun of how do we update world state and stuff like that. So like right now, when a client is hitting this, or sorry, when the server is hitting this, the client only is getting the world state updates, which includes the player position, and then we're extrapolating their run animation based off of the difference of their position. So we're not even having to send animation information across. We can reconstruct that. But if we know, for instance, if we track on the server side and say, hey, sometime in the last 250 milliseconds, they mined, then we could say, okay, well, let's just play the mining thing at least once. You know, we could do it that way. And if we create it where every animation or every action takes at least 250 milliseconds, then we shouldn't have more than one of those actions occurring at any time anyways between server ticks. So that's one way we could kind of do this. Does that make sense? I'm going to go grab some more drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, 1/4 of a second. Every 15 frames. Okay. Event or channel to send animations for animation starts. Trying to derive sounds. That sounds messy. I think if I just send with the server tick, the player's last state, like if we have a general, that player's state was whatever, that would probably work. Because we could, with 4 bytes, or sorry, with 1 byte, we could have like, many different possibilities. I think that's cheap enough. 256 possible states that we could say, hey, the player was at this, was doing this. And we use that to derive, oh, okay, we'll play the chop animation or something. So I think that's cheap and fine. So we'll use 1 byte to send, it really could be. The problem right now with the packed byte arrays in Godot is I cannot specify, they have to be bytes because I'm thinking in bits, and I'd prefer to continue to think that way. I would prefer to be like, we only need, like for instance, with the player state right now, technically I only need 1 bit, right? And then when I need 2, I'll bump it up to 2. And that way I'm always at my minimum, right? But for now, because we're using packed byte array and because of how Godot's, like I can't, it's surprisingly, it creates this weird overhead I don't want to deal with right now, to be able to say, on a bit level, about that stuff. So, and if we miss a server tick, that's fine. Then the animation doesn't play. The time is already passed for that thing to have been shown to the player anyways, right? So it's too late. It doesn't matter anymore. So there's no reason to even say, hey, this thing happened like a half second ago and you missed it. Bytes and good chunks. Well, yeah, but I don't like, it really is. I mean, it's, for instance, watching Mudbound struggle with, he's really setting the real limitations on himself. And I do have a packet size limitation. So I do have a real constraint in the packet size that I can send before we start to really lose packets all the time. Making their own packed. Oh, really? Is that because, is it for the reasons that I'm talking about? Because I've been considering it myself, where I'm like, I think eventually I'm going to have to roll my own thing. In the process of converting Dome Keeper to multiplayer, it's a good talk. Okay. How long is this? Is this Johnson's team? Does Johnson have a team? Oh, Johnson worked on Dome Keeper. I see. I think I read a Reddit talk, a Reddit thing that was basically this talk, actually. All right, what I'll do is I will put this talk in the bottom right corner of the stream and we will listen to it as I work. How does that sound? Is this keeping the keepers? So this is a different talk. Is this the same one or a different one for the same project? Keeper to keepers. Which one's the good one? I tend to pause a lot. This is a different one. It looks like the same talk though. Why won't it let me Godot Fest? I can't remember how to do, is it O? Yeah. There we go.
This might be the first Godot Fest, but has any one of you attended GodotCon in 2023 here in Munich? Then you might know that the game Dome Keeper was already around back then, but it was a single-player game. That has changed. All to Chris Reidenauer, who will present you how it was to transform a complex existing single-player game into a multiplayer one. Please listen to Chris Reidenauer.
Hello, thank you. My name is Chris Reidenauer. I'm the founder at KAR Games. We're a small studio, runs Godot. We're in Cincinnati, Ohio. We first released our first multiplayer game, Drift Space Survival, in early access in 2023. We were recently in this year's Godot showreel as we kind of work towards 1.0. So I spend a lot of time thinking about networked game systems, and I spend even more time being covered in children. So a lot of you do know about Dome Keeper. If you saw Renee's talk yesterday, you know that it was previously...
Yeah, cool.
Zed, thank you for the raid.
That's not cool.
Let me do a shout out. Zed's doing all kinds of cool stuff all the time. It's coming, Zed. We finally have we have a stable foundation for our net code for the game. We're doing rollback.
Shut up and take my money.
Server authoritative. So we are sending inputs to the server and then simulating those inputs on the server side, and then sending those the SymTick update to all the clients. The client side inputs are real time, and then we do rollbacks to adjust if there's any discrepancy between what the client thinks it did and what the server thinks it did. So we have the basic foundation of that going finally. It took about like not 3 months. It took almost a month to do all that. I had a hell of a time wrapping my head around a few concepts. Like it's just weird. It's weird to think about things with like timing is not what you think it is, and all kinds of stuff. So we're sending a buffer every 60th every 60th of a second. We're sending the last 20 inputs of the client over on through UDP. unreliable, unordered. And then the ones that make it, we reconstruct the inputs on the server side, and that so long as one of those last 20 updates makes it, the server can continue to recreate the client inputs at the same timing that the clients have been pressing them. And it generally is keeping in sync very well. And now we're dealing with weird, hey, I've always wondered if CRDT algo would make multiplayer actions work better. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. Let me see. Conflict-free replication data type allows multiple users or nodes to update copies of data independently and concurrently. Yeah, I mean, so basically, yeah, I mean, basically, so long as one of those packets makes it, it actually works out really great, because it, in really hairy, I can simulate packet loss and everything. And so long as one of those last 20 buffers makes it across, it continues to roll along just fine. If you're watching it side by side, you'll see like the player, I can show you the player movement. Right now, you'll see the actual like delay. Sorry, we're just starting to watch a talk. So, whoops, I'm not connected yet. Let me start over. Which one's the server? That's the client. Let's connect. Okay. So the client's down here. We're not actually sending animation state across the pipe. We're only sending position updates, but we can create a best guess of what the animation was doing based on the distance traveled. We can say, okay, we think it was at this speed. And then we tween the movement, and we set the animation blending to be where it kind of needed to be to recreate that movement. So we're trying to think very consciously about how like packed the data needs to be so that we can send it fast and not lose it. Because we're also sending the server ticks are being sent unreliable as well. Obviously, we're doing this locally, so it's like how bad can it be? But for the client inputs, you can see a little bit of jitter here. This is we're having some problems with there's a little bit of off sync happening, and I think I know what it is. It has to do with the buffer that I'm using. So you can see it, that little bit of snapping is the rollback, adjusting the position and playing back the inputs to get to the right position. But we're 1-to-1. And one of the things we're working on right now, so this is a client. So the server, if I go over here as a client and I go to mine this resource, the server is also a client. In this case, if you look at both, you'll see the animation play for like mining. But if the server does that mining, the client's not seeing that right now. So like if I go down here, and we go to mine, the client doesn't see this. So we were just talking about how we can basically send, because we're sending server ticks every quarter of a second. And which is like for a quarter of a second updates, this is like really, it's looking pretty smooth. So the client on the bottom is what's getting those updates at that speed. But if every quarter of a second we send, the player was last doing X, we can basically say, okay, well, so long as our animations and our actions that the player can perform that are some sort of like an animation with a sound or whatever, so long as they take more than or equal to a quarter of a second, then we can always just say, okay, the last thing they were doing was this, and we can kind of reconstruct it on the player side. And then we can send it, probably, we're thinking for now it'll just be 1 byte, but it could probably be smaller than that, because the possible number of actions, and I'm not sure how high it could be, but I can't see it being larger than 256. And then so everything's times number of clients, right? Because we have to tell everyone what everyone was doing. And then it's times number of enemies and times number of whatevers. So we have to be careful about it. Eventually, anyways, it's been fun. We just got the basis of this going. So now we can actually work on making a game. This whole time it's just been building this thing, and then trust me, bro. It's just the entire time. Trust me, bro. Like, it's gonna be something, I promise. And Godot does make some of this really turnkey, but I'm just completely not using any of that, and I'm just sending my own packets and then but yeah, the input, an individual input includes the analog direction. It's reduced. Right now it's only 16 possible angles, but eventually it can be 32 with the same number of bytes we're already sending. And then 3 levels of speed. So 3 different possible like velocities, the camera angle, and then the three player inputs. So there's a protocol called 0MQ, which used a mechanism where it did a kind of a run length encoding on messaging. It has each message on the client, and if it had just sent that, it would only send that last one again message. Yeah. In our case, we're not doing that. I was doing that initially, but I didn't want to deal with, for now, I'm just, every time it's changing, I'm sending it across the line, the same thing. But yeah, I was doing that initially. It's just that for my brain at the time, once I realized I was dealing with specifically with a timing issue, I'll probably start doing that again. But a lot of times we're already sending compressed, and a lot of times the bytes are mostly empty. So well, if the client hashes it, then it can just check the hash the next time it's looking at it and go, oh, it's the same. And then it can just say, oh, hey, the last thing I sent you, we're still cool. But it's yeah. And the server's still authoritative at that point. I'm definitely I'm liking this, because the other thing about this, there's this huge side effect to doing it this way that I was not expecting, which is that the way that you have to think about everything changes drastically when you know that the server, that you're not if you're just, it's like a local multiplayer game for the server programming, where it's like, well, it's almost like everyone's just sitting with their controller pushing their inputs. And so, at least from a lot of the perspective of making the game, you can now think of it as, it's kind of like a local multiplayer thing, you know? The part that it gets a little bit more it starts to get back to reality again is when you're sending those server ticks across the pipe. And now you have to say, okay, how do we fudge reality for all of the clients so that it looks like what it should? And so that's where it's been getting interesting. But just collecting the inputs makes it real nice, because it's like, okay, well, we have everything we need. I'm definitely hitting a wall with the built-in, I'm using Godot engine, so they have something called a packed byte array, but you can't, it's harder to flag individual, like I want to set each, sometimes I just want to set 3 bits, and then I want to set the next 2 for this, and so on and so forth. And in their tooling, their API, you set on the byte level. And so it's like you have to kind of know the next sets of bytes, what it is going to be. And sometimes I want to be a little bit more like, oh, this bit's going to be this. And you can still do that, but it's not how I would prefer to do it myself. Yeah, for the network package, yes. I do get that, but I mean for I mean for within that world of the bytes. It's a lot more like it's a lot harder to break that out. So but yeah, since we're compressing and a lot of times we're sending 0 byte input updates, it hasn't been an issue. But yeah, if I'm repeating inputs, like I'm just holding down forward, I would prefer to be able to send a very small packet saying it's the same, and just have a little header at the beginning of it that's like, hey, just it's the same input, don't worry. Yeah, but it's the application of that in Godot land that makes it a little cumbersome. That's what I'm talking about. It's more the and packed byte array again. You're I don't know. I would personally do it a little bit differently. That's what this talk is about. Actually, the Dome Keeper guys. It sounds like, according to Rig, they ended up building their own tooling for exactly what I'm talking about. So we'll see. I'm gonna start watching this and see what we end up with. So, but it's been going good. Zed, how's your stuff coming along? What are you doing? We're gonna lose. How's it going? No, that isn't the entire talk. The one that you sent me, Rig? Oh, so they don't talk about having built that?
Ludum Dare in 72 hours. You probably know that you defend yourself against waves of monsters, dig for resources, and upgrade your base to survive. They've launched 10 free updates since launching originally in September 2022. And more importantly, it's 62,000 lines of GD script when we started this port. So while it might seem simple on the surface, it's actually a lot of deep, complex systems that make it the great game that it is. So a lot of times when you have a single-player game that people like, one of the most requested features, if you could just add multiplayer, as if there was just a button that you could just click and make that happen. And sometimes this comes across in a lot of ways from your players. So I searched the BipNBits Discord for people talking about multiplayer and co-op. And it was really easy to find just so many different ways that people were constantly thinking about this. Though I think my favorite one, they really kind of succinctly said it, multiplayer when.
So, according to the University of Delaware,
This guy's totally real person and not AI.
And they weren't the only ones thinking about it. Actually, even before release, the team was thinking about co-op, thinking about how multiplayer could make this game even better. Thinking about how it can impact the design and the balance, and playing around a lot with local multiplayer at the time. So how do you start? How do you take these 62,000 lines of code that were really written with single player in mind and actually transform it into a multiplayer experience? What does that even look like? So when we first started our conversations, we had to decide what version of multiplayer we were looking for, because it can come in a lot of different ways. First off was this local or online, because those can be very different. Local, I like
The
to
traditional
think about
pipeline
multiplayer as
style.
2 computers when you're online, 2 computers simulating this magic world that you have, but they have to have enough data so they simulate it in the exact same way. With local, you can bypass a lot of that. Not to say that it's easy, but it's much easier than online. Is this competitive or friendly? Because that can make a huge impact on how you actually structure the whole thing and whether you can kind of trust the people you're playing with. How many players are there? Obviously minimum 2, but going beyond that can have a lot of different implications. Are public lobbies, or do you have, can you play with just about anyone? Or are you having to invite friends? And are we adding multiplayer to the existing game modes? Or is this some sort of special multiplayer experience that we're shipping alongside the game? And the last one is, and a lot of people kind of forget about this, is multiplayer something you have to decide at the beginning, or can you decide maybe middle of the way through the match? And how can that impact everything going on? So local or online multiplayer. So as we talked about, local is orders of magnitude easier to develop. You don't have to actually simulate the world on 2 computers. You can just add more players to the existing world. And if you do local multiplayer, you can use things like Steam Remote Play Together to allow them to actually play online as if they're on the same computer. But this does have a drawback. There's no equivalent for consoles, and there's no equivalent for crossplay. So if you have those ambitions, that could be harder. If you go online only, it kind of eliminates couch co-op, which can be important for consoles and was just a strong motivation for the team. I know Bip and Bits wanted to sit down and play together, and that was the original ambition.
Public lobbies are a welcome sign for trollers and
But in theory,
griefers.
you should be able to mix both, but it can be more complex. Competitive or friendly, or are we concerned about cheaters? And honestly, this is one of the biggest decisions you can make and can change the scope of your project entirely. The real question is, can we trust the data that we receive from the people we're playing with? Or do we need, the only way to combat that is have a fleet of servers who are the source of truth. You can't rely on one player to be the host. If they're simulating the game, well, then you constantly have costs and you have DevOps and things like that. And so that can be a real make or break. But some games just are only fun in a competitive way, and some games are fun co-op. Choosing how many players you have. Think about the data structures in your game. You probably need to change some just to go from 1 to many, but even some can have more implications as you go beyond 2. And sometimes you might just want to have a data structure that says player 1 and player 2. You may not want to make that full 1-to-many transition. Sometimes you can have what we call a little sibling mode. So you just give a way for someone else to interact with your game, to be part of that game, be part of that experience. Again, it doesn't have to be the full co-op and magic dream that a lot of people are asking for to bring that to life. And as you go beyond 2 people, if you are playing peer-to-peer, that puts more stress on the host to talk about the whole game state to everyone who's playing. So public lobbies or invite only. So who are these people you're actually going to play with? So do you have to deal with jerks on the internet or just my jerk friends? So if you have a friend who's going to cheat in a co-op game, okay, that's fine. That's not our problem. But if you add public lobbies and you have any sort of competitive mode, even if it's not a competitive leaderboard system, it can kind of change the community in a way. But if we don't have public lobbies, how are we allowing maybe my Steam player to play with my Xbox player? So that can create some additional challenges there. So thinking about the game modes, are we just adding player 2 or player 4 to the existing game modes? And how is that going to impact the game design and balance? Or do we want to create all new game modes that are focused on multiplayer and have different challenges? And what are the rules when more players are present? Do things get harder? Do things stay the same? How does that impact leaderboards? These are sort of things you have to think about when you're approaching this.
Listen, paying $14.99.
Yeah, I don't have ad blocking. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
And so the last one, joining the mid-match. So if you think about how each world is simulating your new world that you created, what happens if someone comes in the middle? What if I want to join someone who's halfway through a game? How do I get them enough data so that they can catch up and act like they're right in the middle of the game? Can they catch up? Can we provide enough state for that to happen? For Dome Keeper, we thought about this a lot, and we realized the issues would more come during combat than mining phase. So combat's a lot more high speed, a lot more things happening, a lot more things moving. So we talked about potentially limiting it to the mining phase. But you know, as things go, we'll see how it shapes out. So going back to our list of goals, for Dome Keeper specifically, we decided local or online. Let's just do both. We had different, you know, different scales. We have a
I
different
realized
theme, but it may
I
not
hid
be
the
right answer
video.
for
It's
you.
over here.
Competitive or friendly? We decided friendly. This was the dream, was to play with our friends. We wanted to bring our friends into this game. Weren't trying to create a competitive atmosphere. How many players? So some game modes it made sense to have 2.
Yeah, send that
Some it
my
had
way,
4.
Rig.
But as we were playtesting, we kind of just left it open-ended on the top end, and we realized that with like 7, 8 people, it's chaotic, but it's like really good chaos. And so if you have like a host who can handle that, it's a lot of fun, and we want to invite you to try that out yourself. We did invite-only lobbies. Again, we just want to make sure that you're playing with your friends. We're not creating maybe changing the landscape of the fan base in a bad way. Thinking about our game modes, a lot of the game modes that we had make a lot of sense when you bring in a second player. So we did existing with versus, and that was a lot of fun. And then can a player join mid-match? Yes. So we did the work. It's been a lot of tedious work to make sure that every system can catch up to the middle of the game. But it was worth it just to give people the flexibility. Or if someone drops out, you don't want to have to ruin the whole run. So this was our first ever play test with Bip and Bits. I love this screenshot because it reminds me of like Power Rangers, just kind of like hanging out. And we had 7 of us, and we jumped in. I think we were playing. The host was Luca's laptop on Wi-Fi in like a cafe or something terrible. And so we were just like stress testing it in the worst possible way. But it ended up just being chaos, and it was so much fun that it kind of changed our thought process around like the max number of players, because it ended up, even though certain things were easier, we were getting a lot more resources. We had so many more people to fight the monsters. It was more of a human problem. You know, so many people would be mining that no one would go back up and actually fight the monsters, and we would die. Or so you'd be collecting resources, and someone would just go up and spend them all, and then you're like, oh, what are we doing? So it created a lot of really interesting challenges for ourselves, and I think it's definitely going to be a really fun way to play. So the challenge is, as we develop this, you know, how do you go from single player to multiplayer without breaking everything in the process? So
You don't.
how do we send the right data at the right time without rewriting the whole game? This is going to be really important. There's a lot of slides on this. Bandwidth optimization. So once we're sending the right data, how do we only send the amount of data that we need? Because the less bandwidth we use, the more players we can add, and it just makes it more accessible to a lot of players. How do we avoid writing our netcode 3 times? So we knew we wanted to do like local games. We knew we wanted to support Steam players playing together. And as we launch on consoles, we know we want to bring those people into the fold. But remember, all the stuff I'm talking about today is kind of more for porting an existing single-player game. I probably have different advice if you're building multiplayer from scratch, but there's still things to learn from this. So thinking about our system architecture, our clients have no idea where the host is when they first connect. The host doesn't actually know where the client is in their loading state when they first connect. And the thing to remember is when you have an offline game, every time you write a line of code, you have access to the data you need. Whether it's in that class or you have to go find a weird node somewhere to grab that data, the data is available. But that's just not true in an online network game. You don't have all that data. You may not even know you need that data. And so every time you approach
So we should be
rewriting
sending
functions or thinking about functionality,
We should be sending 8 bytes. This is overkill, but again, I can't tailor the number the way I want to. So really, this last player action concept I think for my needs, the fact that I'm making a network game, it's not premature optimization though. I've got to create a way to be able to do what I'm talking about easily. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I understand that, but it's a hell of a go back to decide to change it. Not too bad, but still. So likely what this is going to end up looking like is okay. It's in 8 bits. I don't know. We're going to have to put a bunch of stuff inside of it. But we need to, or 8 bytes, but we need to send. Sorry, it's 8 bits. My brain. It's 8 bits, so it's not that bad. But it's still, I don't need no. U8. God, this is always confusing me even. Okay, so this is not that bad. It's 1 byte. God, my brain. So U8's 1 byte. Okay. 1 byte's not bad. Never mind. God, this throws me off so much. Okay, so we send it across. Then over on and see, this shapes how we do some of this stuff. So
you kind of have to re-challenge every of those assumptions. Okay. So one example is the camera should center itself on like the local keeper when I first start the game. But if you're a client, your keeper doesn't exist when you connect. So you load the game, then you ask the host to make you a keeper. The host responds with all the data you need to spawn that keeper, and then you can center the camera. And that might only take like 1 or 2 milliseconds, but it's such an important 1 or 2 milliseconds, the game can crash, you can just have a bunch of errors in your debugger. And so you just have to rethink where you're waiting for data or what you're doing in the meantime. In addition, we can't actually assume that once the client's connected, they're ready to receive all the data you're trying to send them. So if I connect to an existing game, I'm in the middle of loading, but the host is trying to tell me about the map, the other client's trying to tell me about where their keeper is, and I'm just getting hundreds of errors that's actually slowing down the game. My brain. Causing a crash. So being sure, like knowing where each client is in their process before you send them that data. So there's 2 approaches you can take in your game when thinking about when and how to send data to the clients. You can require all clients to connect in some sort of lobby phase, and then make sure everyone's ready, everyone says the go signal, and then only then you start sending data about like where people are, and you send all this reliably ordered so that the game stays in perfect sync.
So we have to use a lobby. There's just no other clean way of doing this. I mean, old PC games, you just open a port and you say, hey, but even the local server generally has a lobby system that you're connecting to before the game actually starts. However, if you think about a game like Minecraft, there's no lobby. You just connect to the server and you're immediately rolling. It's a persistent world, so the expectation is a little different. You could consider the same expectation here because of the realm concept, but the way that we're going to set up the game is that the player is inviting other people in. They're not just open to have people in. So in the game logic of the story and everything, the player is opening some sort of lever and saying, here's what I want to let in.
But even then, if you have a third client, it may load and tries to start sending data about its player to client 2 before client 2 has had a chance to load everything it needs to load. The other way is you can have each client kind of maintain like a connection state machine that says, here's where I am in the game flow, here's what I'm ready for. And each client will respect that when trying to do that. It's a lot more boilerplate, but it ends up being like much more sane to handle. And this is regardless of whether you're using like Godot's high-level multiplayer or using your own multiplayer, just having that state machine that lets everyone know like what you're ready for. So when you send an RPC in Godot, if you're using Godot's high-level multiplayer, you have to have a node in the same path that has an RPC of the same name. It doesn't actually have to be the same type of node, but the path and the function name and the function arguments all have to match. And so if you're loading things dynamically, that node may not exist when you first send that RPC, and that's where you can get in a lot of trouble. You could send all of these RPCs through like a global singleton, but you're kind of ignoring the issue of you're sending data to someone who doesn't actually know what to do with it yet. So what we do is we have our clients report to both the host and every other client what their state is, what they're ready for. And so that way we know exactly where they are in the process, and we can send them exactly what they need. We have...
So far, I don't have to worry about this. I think only in these scenarios where something like this is happening, that's when I'm going to send guaranteed packets. And so that packet will have a header. We only have two in the RPC call until we can figure out how to send packets dedicated, not using Godot's RPC thing, because I want to avoid that anyways once I get all this totally squared away. We don't technically need it right now even. I would rather have two things. One is a guaranteed packet and unguaranteed. That's it. Unordered, unreliable. We're using RPCs right now, no WebSockets. But WebSockets use TCP, and that's way slower. Unless I'm mistaken, right? The network, the multiplayer. Yeah, we still have a persistent connection. It's still a tunnel. It's still I think you can still refer to it as a WebSocket, I guess. We still have like a persistent connection. But when I hear WebSocket, I think of the like there's like a protocol, right? When you refer to something as like a WebSocket. Right. So we're using something called, the multiplayer stuff is eNet, which is really old. eNet, so it says here eNet only uses UDP, not TCP. But my understanding is WebSockets are really heavy, and and I mean the fact that it's my understanding WebSockets are TCP, right? Yeah, it's TCP. We don't want to use TCP. TCP is too slow. We're basing everything around fast packets but unreliable. Little Doctor, what's up? Yeah, so yeah, we're using Godot's eNet library, which is eNet's like ancient. It's been around for a long time. Let me see. Trying to see if they have their age here. I mean, the fact that they even mention a mailing list really lets you know. And there's an IRC channel. Yeah, 2002. Little Doctor, dude, it is going amazing. You lose a little data here and there, but it's just the network optimizing itself. Little Doctor Pulsar Crash is out on Steam right now. No, WebSockets are the WebSocket connection. I mean your browser's making WebSocket connections all the time. Yeah, no, TCP is the right choice for a scenario like that. You could, but anyways, let me show Little Doctor what's up here. I don't know if the game is going to run right now because I'm in the middle of a rewrite. Or not a rewrite, we're adding features. Check this out, Little Doctor. Let me show you what's up. So we've got, we're finally sending a good stream of, input packets across the pipe. We have it reliably being sent. So we're sending the client inputs over to the server. The server is then pressing the same buttons, so to speak, doing the same exact inputs that the client sent to the server, and then sends back the world state server tick over to the client, and the client will do something called a rollback, where it checks based on the last input that the server simulated and the position that it was at. And if it's different, it'll roll back its position, play back all of its inputs from that point to create the correct new position. So it's what like fighting games and the likes do. And it allows us to, yeah. So right now, at the bottom there, the bottom client is receiving server updates every quarter of a second. So 250 milliseconds, it's getting an update. We're recreating the movement animation based on the position change. So we're not even sending that across the line. So artisanal packets, as I'm referring to it, we're going to set the exact packet across the line. And right now you'll see if the server is attacking or doing this mining action, we don't see the animation on the client side. What we're working on right now is sending across the line the last action that was performed, and we'll use that to reconstruct what they should see. You'll see here if the client does the action, because the inputs are going over to the server, it's exactly the same, right? So I can even do like the mid, I could do like the mid stroke thing, the mid swing and move, and it'll show the exact, reflected exactly the same, because we're just, basically it's like a local multiplayer game at that point, because we're just dealing with the inputs. So if you've got rollback going, why are you also sending data for the world state? Well, we still need the server to be authoritative. So we're not doing lockstep. So the client stuff is immediate for them. And then, so what I'm referring to as rollback, the way that I understand it, is essentially just an agreement between the server and the client, where the server says, hey, this is what, at this input that you sent me, with this server update with the world. So we have to send a world update because it's a game where you can mine things, you can collect things, you can fight enemies or whatever. And so because of that, we need to have like, here's what's going on, here's what's going on, here's what's going on. And that has to come from the server. And there's going to be multiple clients as well.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Did I close did we lose my other browser window? So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, I'm totally new to this. So maybe my term, when I say rollback, I'm thinking of something different. Let me go over here. I'm sorry, I lost my dashboard. That Onion, thank you for the follow. So rollback only fires when there's a disagreement between the clients. So what I'm referring to rollback is the server says, when you gave me this input, I had you at this position. That's the last thing I simulated. And the client keeps a running buffer of those inputs up to a certain point. And when it gets an update from the server and says, hey, when you did this input, you were, I thought you were here. The client also has its own record of that. And if there's a discrepancy, then the client rolls its position back. And this all happens before render. It rolls its position back to that point, plays all of its inputs that it sent after that to adjust what the server should now think is happening. I'd call that a tween. Well, I'm not tweening it, although I do need to smooth it out. Network rollback. A method in online gaming reduce perceived lag by using predictive and corrective measures. Instead of waiting for a server response, the game locally runs the inputs. That's what I'm doing. And then rolls back or corrects the simulation if the server's inputs differ. So I guess I could say that's how I'm doing rollback. Yeah. So the way that I'm doing it, I mean, I feel like I'm doing what this is describing. So we're immediately playing the local client's inputs, sending it to the server. The server is also playing those inputs. The server sends to the client a server tick and says, here's what I got. And the client replicates that in its world. And so long as what the server says based on X input, the last input that it processed, matches what the client has done and sees as its result of that input, everything just keeps going fine. And then the only time it ever rolls back is when there's a discrepancy between that. And so one thing that we've had to do is eliminate Godot physics because it's not deterministic. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. Maybe my description is just kind of shitty. We are hitting rollbacks more than I'm expecting though, and I think that has something to do with I think we're kind of getting slightly out of order when we are appending new inputs from the client. But we send a buffer of the last 20 inputs, Little Doctor. It comes out to 48 bytes. And anytime, so long as one of the packets makes it through in the last 20 that has been sent, because we send one every time the input changes, whether it's nothing or something, then so long as one of those packets makes it through, the server could continue to accurately reproduce the client's input. But there is, in our case, it's not hair trigger like your game. In our case, that creates a little over a quarter of a second of delay in replicating what the player has done. Okay. Everything has to be deterministic, and you save the world state to a buffer each frame. So on the server side, we send what the client's positions are, where they're facing, their rotation. We send, right now I'm working on the last action that they had performed, between that 250 millisecond timeline. And then we can use that to then reconstruct like, oh, they were swinging. And so then we, it works like this. Let me show you in a drawing here. So the client has their input buffer that they're sending to the server. The server replays that same buffer, and then it sends it. So this is like a client. It simulates it, and then every 250 milliseconds, it sends out that buffer to additional clients. Or not that buffer, but that whatever that resulted in goes out to all the clients. And then let's make this client green. And then this client does the reconciliation of, if it needs to, it'll do a rollback, play back its inputs based on whatever X frame or X input this server had finished simulating, the last one it had done on the server tick. And then, and so the way that it works is the server world is the most up to date, because this is about 250 milliseconds. Then the server tick is 250 milliseconds. So we're like, and then this is all, of course, based on, we have this lag between the packet going out. So we're almost at like half a second of lag for the other clients by the time they're getting what all the other clients were doing as well. But because of how we're doing this, a lot of the like, the problems that you have with like, people like kind of, it's smooth. Everything is kind of getting smoothed out so good that like, unless you're side by side on the same screen, you can't tell a difference. No, the rollbacks are only happening on the client side. There's no rollback on the server side. Yeah, so the server side is always the source of truth. It's always receiving the input stream from all clients. It plays it at exactly the same timing, and then tells the clients, here's where I have you in the past, basically, right? And the client that it's talking to with that data, that's the client that's saying, hey, is everything cool? I'm just going to continue like everything's fine. And then the other clients are technically, for this client, are more than half a second in the past for this client. So it's all weird that when you start thinking about like timing, and it gets weird to think about. But with 3 players, so to really test the game and the netcode,
take my money.
I have to have 3 players or 3 clients open to really see the actual full experience that everyone's getting. Thank you for the gifted sub, Medusa, to the Onion. Like, it's technically server client under the hood, but in terms of simulation, there's no hierarchy of authority. Well, the server is the authority. When somebody says that they're doing something with those inputs, the server is what decides whether that's really what's happening or not. But since we're only sending inputs, Pulsar. Okay, yeah, okay. Like, technically it's server client under the hood, but in terms of simulation, there's no hierarchy of authority. Yeah, you kind of have to have it be, you got to have it be super fast. Have you seen, so you had someone do the netcode, right? But in terms of simulation, there's no hierarchy of authority. Is there any, so you're doing rollbacking too? I didn't catch half the stuff you said, but it sounds good. Push to prod. We used Yellow Waterlife's netcode library. Okay. Yeah, this whole process has been really interesting. And geez, you guys did the thing where you threw it in at the end, right? How hard was that with your existing code? Because originally you weren't going to be multiplayer, right? I remember it was local co-op initially. It was a nightmare. Do not recommend. Yeah, so this has been a month of work to get this going to a point where I'm like, okay, I think I can start trying to make a game now. And everything, even when you're playing, so the way that I'm getting this set up, even when you're playing solo, there's still going to be the server will still be running and you're connected to it as a client. But there won't be any like lag from that. So even if you're playing locally, it's running through the netcode stuff if you're playing solo. So hopefully I'm always running everything through that. Same thing as in solo Minecraft. I didn't realize that. Oh. The main problem was we were using Game Maker's in-editor collision system for every collision in the game. We found out way too late that you can't do that with rollback netcode. That must be new. When I was using Game Maker 2, it was kind of in the early days. I don't think there was any built-in collision anything. I remember having to do that all from scratch. We had to rewrite every single collision. Most of the stuff in the game is static, though, right? Except for the projectiles, obviously. And the ships. Did you have any... Oh, my God. Did you have any moving bodies? Like something that was like a platform that was... So give me a second, little doctor. I'll talk to you. I'll tell you what I'm planning on doing with the AI in this game. Yeah, it's wild, dude. So if somebody were to take your game and hack it so they can change the position of the ship to anywhere, is there anything with your setup to sort of like do you have stuff in place to deal with something like that? Because one nice thing about sending the inputs the way that I'm doing it is, I mean, how can you really cheat with inputs, right? What you're trying to break at that point is the game's physics engine or something else. But if you're only sending inputs, there's not a lot that can be fudged. Except for like how fast you're, like maybe you're doing something inhumanly possible or whatever. I'm really interested in your, like, from the sort of loose authoritative. Oh, no problem. So like if a client did say I was at this position or I'm over here, say they hacked it and then they just sent some position data, like, is there anything in it to deal with that? Because you're saying it's kind of loose authoritative. Whoops. Position data is never sent at all. Only input data. Okay, cool. Cool. So then it's reconciled by the rollback engine. So what is your, when you say rollback, like, can you describe to, I don't want to put you out, but when you say the rollback engine, what does that mean? So there's still a server somewhere taking those inputs, playing them out, and then telling the client what happened, right? It's pretty much what you have. Okay. I'm curious, like, I have questions because I know that you're probably on the same level as me on certain, like, I talk to some people in the chat and they're super knowledgeable on this stuff. And some of it, I think, for me is just the realization that network data is actually really fast still, even though you're expecting problems with it. Every frame the entire relevant to the simulation world state is saved to a buffer. Right, okay. And then that's sent over to the clients. Are you doing, so you're sending updates are they unreliable? And you're just dropping the whatever the most recent one is, you're keeping the most recent? Yeah. There's no way to deal with that other than it has to do with how many ticks you're sending, Onion. But yeah. The animation would, so in fighting games, the updates are happening so fast that the animation does start playing, but the rollback changes what it's doing. And it feels more true and reliable that way. It goes in the face of what you think you should do, but it absolutely hides that stuff. If the input data arrives late due to latency, that buffer is used to roll back to the last known accurate frame. So the buffer that you're talking about, is that on the client side or does the server send it over? It may look jumpy on high latency. Both. Yeah, that makes sense because you have to reconcile at some point. The client doesn't, like, you can't have an infinite input buffer on the client side. I guess you could have a pretty big one. Both are treated equally. I see. Fighting games get away with it maybe more than other genres because buttons have a high startup time comparatively. Yeah, you're dealing with analog, right? You're dealing with, like, controller inputs. Dude, think about this problem. Think about this problem. I think our buffer is like 20 frames. Yeah, mine's 20 as well. That's funny. I kind of just settled on it. I was like, 20 seems good. It's like, So for what I'm planning on doing, and I haven't seen it yet, but I predict the following scenarios to occur. Rubber banding for the player if there's a long delay between getting like a server tick. That's expected if they're on a real crappy network. And then the other thing too would be I need to have some sort of QoS, and so there will be game pauses if things get really bad for a player. But I believe that will be only on that client who's really shitting the bed. Because I'm not dealing with, like, there's going to be combat, but it's all cooperative. It's not player versus player. I just did the stupid thing where you spend 2 hours debugging something. That's not stupid. Did you find out the answer was stupid though? But you were pointed at the oh geez. Yeah. Oh man. I'm out. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't gotten to that problem yet though, little doctor, where I don't have a handle, so I think it'll cause another desync, but I don't have a handle on if the client's connection is so bad that it hasn't sent the last 20 inputs. I have nothing there for that yet. So I do need to handle that. I do print a message on the server side to let me know if it's happened, but I haven't set anything up for that just yet. I think what's tough about that too, little doctor, is that you can still be getting server ticks and not know that your inputs aren't making it to the server. So I think that the message has to go to the client from the server to be like, dude, something's wrong. Because sometimes the server ticks will still hit the client, but the client's inputs wouldn't hit the server. And so the server needs to be able to tell the client, yo, something went wrong. And then also on the client side, I have to have a check to be like, hey, you haven't gotten a server tick in a long time. Stop everything. That's where I think I'm going to end up freezing it. So for the client, when that's happening, if the client hasn't gotten a server tick in a while, the client's just going to stop and be like, dude, maybe show something or whatever and be like, I don't know. Something's not right here. But I don't know what the QoS for that'll be yet. Yeah, see, in our game, the game will just freeze if latency gets too big, but the rollback does account for that pretty well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's unavoidable, dude. I think it's unavoidable. I was looking at, there's a good GDC talk from the Mortal Kombat guys. And their QoS is so low, they kick anyone where they don't have enough of that timing. Their solution is to just boot people. Full disclosure, the rollback actually didn't make it in the final build of the game, but not because of the library itself. There were other non-related issues that also made it impossible for us to get it in. So we launched just with Lockstep. And the plan is to just finish putting rollback system in the player base, but the player base just hasn't justified putting that work in, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, and that's the problem is, is the player base not there because that's not there? If I put in the work, does that suddenly change the equation? Fuck, dude. Man, if you're we're all screwed. Little Doctor's launching this really cool game and fuck. It's a visibility thing, yeah. Well, I mean, so are you familiar with the Crashlands guys? The Butterscotch Games dudes? They do I bet you would be because they do Game Maker as well. Even with Lockstep, game was super playable. We hosted monthly tournaments a few times. It was good enough for that. Yeah, I mean, so for Lockstep, that's the player does the input and then the server says, hey, you're here now, right? And then they do what the server tells them ended up happening from the input. Well, Medusa, I just figure if there's a way to do it, then try and do that. I am getting jitter though. I'm guessing that maybe even that's what Little Doctor was experiencing. but I do get like a jitter problem that I have to solve for. I'm not doing it just yet, but there is like a jitter issue when rollback fires. Back to my observation from a month ago. Which one was that, Sarah? I'm familiar, but I haven't watched any of their stuff. So the Butterscotch games, like I plan to do this with my games, but every one of their games advertises their other games inside of its like welcome screen. So I mean, I think, and I might be making a mistake when I'm making my game too, but like for call-in radio, there's a certain number of audience members that you have to have in order for people to call in and have it fill an hour. And I think it's probably, it's obviously the same thing with like multiplayer stuff where you need a critical mass, especially because it's competitive. So I wonder if you can build a game that can get you that critical mass that then you can advertise Pulsar in it and then start hitting that number. So like it might be a sleeping giant is what I'm saying. Cause I think it's a great looking game and it's great concept and everything. And so maybe if you can build that critical mass with a different release. I mean it, dude. Like it has everything and your music's fucking awesome. It has the feel of like, anyways, it's definitely got what it needs. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Sorrow. But also with multiplayer, it's really hard to change your mind and be like, oh shit, we should have done it this way. Literally, the talk from the Mortal Kombat guys is about how they decided to implement rollback when they didn't have it, and about how it was a year-long process with their team. They have this giant team, and how it was something like 60,000 lines of code to change, and how they had to do it all at once. It was an entire rewrite. Right, but they had to tear everything out to get to that point. The game already existed as a multiplayer game. And yeah, I mean, I guess they already had the players or whatever. But I feel like if you're small, you kind of need to be there already. Because you're small, and so they're just like, it's shit, you know. But it's Mortal Kombat, and so it's a different thing, you know. Well, yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. The whole thing they did, even halfway through it, like it wasn't even until the end that they knew that they had it working. Like it was literally like right at the end, they're like, I don't think this is gonna work, and then they finally got it in. But the whole time, it even seemed like they weren't gonna make it. Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying, Sorrow. That's why I'm saying I'm fine. You're describing exactly what I'm saying I'm fine with. I think the half a second to even a second of delay will be absolutely fine for the game that I'm making. And I think that people would only really notice or care if they were literally side by side with it. And even then, like literally what I'm seeing in Fantasy Life it's about a second delay. So I think for the game that I'm making, I'm at a good point. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. The thing that I built is to mask the moment to moment, seemingly moment to moment kind of lag spikes that happen. If I were to have just used the built-in Godot system, the players would be like moving around like this all the time. If there was any lag, they would just sort of be popping in and around and everything. So that's why I think the time that I spent to build this solution is a good one. Because we end up with like much more like oh, that looks like what someone should be doing in the game. So, and it's already there. So we got it in, dudes. Anyways, it's nice to catch up with you, Knack. Players haven't played. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to it. I don't know how much time I have left. I'm probably going to end here in about 40 minutes on the hour. Let's get back to the talk we were listening to. But yeah, that Mortal Kombat talk is a good one. For sure. Oh, this is all the stuff I thought I had lost. Cause that whole thing that they did was wild. Cause the way that he's describing it is they didn't even have it working until, I want to say it was like the last month. So imagine working on something with the hope that you get to a certain point and you haven't even gotten to it yet. And they had weird things that they had to deal with, like particle effects and everything. Anywho, so now we're gonna send the player action across. We're getting the player action over here on. Let's just test this to see if it works. So. No, that was the thing, is they had a deadline, Medusa. That's the kind of thing where you get fired. What he was describing was, and it was a publisher deadline, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the kind of thing where heads roll if you don't hit the target. Thank God, I'm not a game dev. Yeah. No, I don't think he underscored how scary that must have been. One thing that they had that I don't have that I want to have is they had amazing debugging tools for the network stuff. So I do want to start building that out. I think there's the simple fact of like, oh, make a good game. But I think there's also a time and a place thing and traction and all that. For instance, like, Little Doctor can look at Among Us, which had a really bad launch, as an example of a game where it's like possible to rebound. But if I'm not mistaken, Among Us had like a really, for their scale and everything too, I think it was really a really poor launch. And that was a multiplayer game. I don't know the full details of that though. So right now we have we travel the animation state machine here. What if we say that we have an action and we use that and we set action. And so we treat this like a setter, and it plays an animation that we give it. So here, where did we do this at? Over there, action A. Set action. See, we're using action twice interchangeably. One is meant to imply a button press and the other one isn't. So this should probably be, instead of action A, it should be button A or input A. Something like that. Set action. And then over here we say value. And we're going to actually use SimPacket. Player action. Last action equals value. Match value. I work at such small scale that I have only once run into performance issues processing live data and was forced to use the right tool for that job. I focus on Internet of Things data, so it's more about the mass, not the speed. Yeah. Is that still, like, I feel like that's being taken up. The open protocols of like that is just not taking off, is it? It feels like the game that's played by the bigger companies is to conquer the entire thing and shut down shut out competition. It feels like that's one of the reasons why IoT is not like scaling. No, especially not in Europe. Everyone is pushing their own standardized system so that nobody is using the same standard, right? Because they want market capture. The game is to pre-monopolize something before there's even an audience for it. It's why you get these startups that you get these food shipping, all these companies that ship food like Fresh, whatever it's called, and all that stuff. They're trying to win the market out and shut out competition so they can shitify it, basically. That feels like the move with everything now. And then what they do is they pull the think of the children bullshit and they ask for regulation so that they can cut out any more competition by saying, oh, look at how bad things are. We need regs. And so they get the government to literally make it illegal to enter the market. So they get full capture that way. It's fucked up. Look at how bad it is. Look at how bad we made everything, guys. Regulate me, bro. And then they're like, oh, thank you. You just made it so much harder for anyone else to come in and fix it. EU has quite a few projects, but they can only pay for the development, not the maintenance. So it's a slight issue. HelloFresh or something. I tried it. It was not fresh. It was clearly just warehouse leftover scraps, total junk. Never buy from that company. Yeah. You can get into this loop of cancellation and they give you free boxes all the time. That's a nice loop to be in. But it also shows that they're not really a profitable company if they're doing that. It's wild to think about all that startup money just going into giving people free food, basically. No, it's weird. It's all shitty. I think we're headed towards a very dark future when it comes to openness on the internet and a lot of things. I don't like where we're headed. I think the sort of we were in the Wild West there, 90s till I don't know, 2012 or something, and now it's all going downhill. And it's all show your ID, and I mean, at this point, it's literally going to be like, hey, you need to type in your number in order to use the internet again. By you, do you mean America? A bunch of countries are doing this. France, like it's all over the place. We're actually late to the game compared to other countries. We're trying to nuke VPNs right now. That's super cool. Pretty soon only rich people will be allowed to have VPNs. It's going to be great. It's been that way in South Korea for years. Yeah. The problem is that anytime you make something illegal, you create a black market. And so all this is going to do is make the free and open internet the dirty, where real bad things happen. And that fucking sucks. Because it won't be out in the open anymore. And so that, I mean, I don't know. It's frustrating to see this outcome. But I don't know what'll be more gross too, is to know that everyone that says all the horrible things they say on the internet has been verified and trusted to say those things. You know, like that to me is actually more sad. All right. So we have the set action here. Oh, I mean, oh yeah, I didn't get to say it. By AI, I mean, I'll refer to it as crafted AI, which is to say that I programmed it. It's not like an LLM or something or some sort of trained thing. So what I was going to say about the AI in the game is that since we know that we're sending, sending server updates every tick, we know we're sending server updates. So two things about that, that shape some of the design. And that's another reason why it's good to get it going initially, is because you really want, with netcode, it seems more and more that I read about it, you want to shape your design around the netcode. And then if you're going to have multiplayer, and that way you're designing, like for instance, let me explain. 250 milliseconds, that for me means that if there's an attack, if there's an animation, if there's anything that we want the state to be given to everyone so they know that it's happening, we want it to take about that length of time, because that way a wind up and a cooldown and all those things is between those server ticks, or at least it's not always going to be, because sometimes it'll be right in the middle or right at the tail end of one and at the beginning of the other. But regardless, like if you have a fast attack, for instance, then probably the way that I'm going to do it, super fast attack, right? But then there's like a bit of like wind down from it, where it's like, okay, now the player is like done running and it's like slowing their speed down or something along those lines. So it's taking on these ticks. With the same thinking with the AI, the way that I'm planning on doing it is to keep, I should be able to, I'm saying should with air quotes, but I should be able to synchronize that the server's simulation and the length of time between the client's version of events, we should be able to sync what that difference is. And if I know that difference, if the clients and the server can agree on that difference in time, the server can then tell the clients through the server ticks, this enemy is going to attack at this moment in time in the future. And the client can then trigger it exactly when it's the pairing of its inputs is going across to the server, so that it's firing at this exact same moment as its inputs are being received on the server when the server is simulating that enemy is doing it, meaning the future. So the client is going to get an update saying in the future, like an async scheduled event. Yeah, the client is going to say, the server is going to say, hey, the enemy is going to do this thing in your time at X point. And then hopefully, but I don't know, because this would be based on the delay of how long it takes to tell the client that. and so on. So I would need to experiment with it. But that's what I'm thinking about doing for the enemies, because I'm playing some of these games and I am seeing that these enemies push the character around, and I'm like, how the hell is that even happening? Like, how is that pushing me and I'm not suddenly kind of like, how is that working? And I think it's something like that, but I could be totally wrong. But it requires knowing that when I'm at my frame here, that's this frame here on the like, it needs to know some distance in that timing. So like, for instance, with Knack's game with the pulsar crash, and you've got this moving body that's persistent, you should be able to get the timing to be paired. Especially if you can't affect it moving and it's always persistently moving at the same back and forth thing. It's like, okay, we can constantly check the sync, but we should know that the sync is this or whatever. Anyways. So we set action to chop. We do it from here. Where is it? Set action. Or we're doing mine. Sorry. And when mine happens, we travel on the state machine to chop. So now over on our game code, when we're doing all of this, the other thing that we want to do is we are clearing, when we send the packet out, we clear the state. So we're constantly resetting the last, what we're referring to as the player's last action. So that's happening. That's actually getting changed on the, when we construct the packet, we erase the last one. We say, okay, we've put together a packet. We know what the last action was. We're now going to erase it. So the actual construction of the packet is what clears the last action. Nothing else will clear it. Only that. The server creating that packet is what clears out that last action. So that way we're constantly setting the last action, but it's only the last action is what's actually getting sent across the line. The code for performing those actions and everything doesn't matter. So then over here, when we get the packet back, so this is where we process the server simulation. We set action here, and we get the packet that has the last action, the bytes. What do we call it in sim packet? Player action. So now essentially what I've done here is we should be able to see the, on the client side, we should see the server swing and hit something. So if we connect and we go over here, please. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I know what's going on there. So it's doing it ahead of time. But yeah, we do see it. And it's almost instantaneous because, again, the server, this is the weird thing about what the server is a client as well. So that's the weird thing about like latency between the client's always in the future for its actions. The server's always behind from that, right? But then if the server is saying, hey, I'm doing this thing, its actions aren't in the past. Its actions are a little bit more immediate. So it's always like minus that delay when the server client is doing something. So anyway, so we have that. And if I come over with me and I mine, we should see that as well. Yes. Okay. So what is going on here when we walk in and we just are triggering the animation? And this has to do with, we need player controllers for the client side that don't have all of the built-in, area overlaps and all that stuff. So what we need to do is when we produce a client or it needs to be a dummy, basically, right? It can still issue animations and all that stuff, but it's not checking for area. Like you can see on the client, you see the collision body right here, right? I have this little cone thing, and we don't technically even care about that. Like, so we need to eliminate those things when we spawn those in for the client to reproduce what the server is saying is happening from the other bodies and stuff. But only for, see, this is where things get really weird, and I have to stop and think for a long time because I can really build some debt here if I'm not careful. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, Jacob, see you, man. Okay. In the event of impeding technical debt, I used the restroom. So this is the other thing. Here's the other thing. So like if I walk up here, so we do the mining animation. I think I need some sort of CLI that I run to send. I need something that the clients and the server are sending some debug information to. I don't know. I guess I need like a timeline thing. I don't know exactly what I need just yet. But I guess what it would be is, here's the series of inputs we've received. Here's a series of actions that we've done between those inputs. So that would be like, if it was multiple rows of data, right? I guess something like that. I don't quite know what I would make it even look like. But I need to be able to scrub, like for instance with this, really there's only one scenario that this is happening in right now. And that is set action. Is this happening anywhere else? No, just that. So let's do print. See, this has got to stop. I need a way of, we got a function that we got to call log, and then we got to be able to just have it know certain things in that log moment, and I can give it some enumerations and some other things to be able to add to it or something. Because speaking of actions, and anyone else really like Last Action Hero? Was that just me? I remember loving that movie as a kid. Yeah. The other one I really liked was Meteor Man. I've tried to track that one down. Server is false. Set state 2. This is mine. What triggers set state? Area entered. Ah. Okay, but that's not doing anything. Let's get rid of this. This is what I'm talking about. I've got too many debug statements. I need a way of like flagging, and gotta say what I want to print in my debugs. Mom! Mom! Why is set action firing? Bro. But action A should only happen. How you doing, Greg? Do a shout out. Bro, something is just firing set action.
different like
Bruh. What is doing it? It's happening on our client side. It's not actually firing. So something else is firing set action. Let's do a bigger search here. This. Oh! Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's the tick that's doing it. Okay, but why? Okay, getting somewhere. Ah, found it. Good googly moogly. Good googly moogly. All right, I got it. So, this is sort of the problem with not being able to... I got burned by not being able to set a private... set my privates. I need didn't set my privates in front of everybody. Good googly moogly. We got it. We got it. So now if I'm the server and I go up here and I mine, booyah. Look at that. A little bit closer. Bink. 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 And then if we go over with the client and we say bink. Oh, look at that. It didn't see we're not. Bink. 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 Go over here. Bink. 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 You got to play the sound. We need the sound effect, guys. Bink. Bink. We can do it together, buddy. You want to mine together? Bink. 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 Anyways. Okay. In the event of not being able to set privates, use restroom. Thank you for shouting me, letting it all out.
These are the things. Come on.
Shamon. I'm talking to you. Shamon. Woo. Is the the Game Awards sound design category is quaking. Jeff Keighley. You were here when I watched that OG 1990s Game Awards that he was a part of, right? He had to be like 12 years old when that happened. I don't know how his name is on the credits of that thing. The one with Leslie Nielsen and Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
spawn in sync stages. So if you have something that's dynamic, so if I load into the loadout, I'm ready to spawn the keepers, but I'm not necessarily ready to get all the keeper position data. So we kind of break those out into two different states. And same with like the level. I'm ready for the map. Okay, I'm ready for the keepers. Now give me everything else.
Creating custom clothing labels with TapStitch is...
Ugh. Dude, guys, I don't know why, but when I watch YouTube on my TV, I get recruitment ads for ICE. What the fuck? Only on the television. I don't watch anything that would imply that that would be something that I'd even want to do. As a matter of fact, I of all the things that I watch on YouTube, it is the polar opposite of that. And yet somehow it's like, join ICE. Get your college debt paid off and all this other stuff. And it's a lot of money. And betray your nation's values today. Join. It's just like, what the fuck? Leslie Nielsen, the sci-fi actor. Yeah, Forbidden Planet. He was in Forbidden Planet, right? You're a white guy in his 40s. That is their target demographic. I suppose so. Maybe they know how much I weigh. They're like, yeah, he's fat enough. He'll look like a fucking LARPer at a Comic-Con trying to pretend like he's a soldier. He's perfect. Leslie, what a horrible name. You have to bulk up for Meal Team 6. Oh my God. Ugh. It's so funny because Little Doctor, he didn't know how much I hated cops. I don't know how it came up in his chat. But I have had so many. You can ask most of the people in the chat here, Little Doctor. I have gone on so many rants. I mean, literally like hours long things about, oh my God. I don't know how you missed any of them. That's the part that's amazing. You dodged some bullets. Hey-o. Okay, so we've got that fixed. So now we have kind of a pattern for being able to tell. The idea of infinite power was tickling my imagination. Which one? I was talking to my teacher friend of mine this morning. Her son wants to be a cop, and I had to be real with her about my loathing. Yeah. I mean, it's I've said this before, and I know a lot of people roll their eyes when I say this, but I believe that in the bad departments, the really good cops get a bullet in the head. When they're really crooked, when the entire department is crooked, and the judges and everything are in their, and the DAs are all kind of in their pocket too. What you'll see is, because they'll have like these giant funerals for, you know, oh, he's a good cop and everything like that. And then it's like some female officer who's trying to make a difference, and she mysteriously gets shot while she's in her patrol car, and nothing comes of it. That passes the smell test, if anything, that department is fucking crooked. Because they always try and find their guy when something like that happens. And the more quiet they get about an officer being shot and killed, the more you know that they ran afoul of them. At least in my opinion. But I don't know, dude. The sick thing, I could go on, but the sick thing to me is the rapid escalation of force and how quickly they escalate to force. Yeah, how little time they give people, and how much they'll target people who are trying to exercise their rights. One of the things that drives me, I've said this before, I'll stop. I got to stop. But one of the things that drives me the most is they'll arrest people for obstruction for failure to show ID when they haven't committed a crime, but they'll arrest them for obstruction. And the first, and they're being silent. They'll start asking questions and the person will remain silent. And the first fucking thing they say when they arrest them is, you have the right to remain silent. Do you? That's what you're arresting me for? Do I really have the right to remain silent? If my remaining silent puts me in cuffs and I get charged for obstruction, which is a physical act that I'm not performing. I'm just that shit. That's the funniest thing to see in all these videos where somebody, they're trying to ID someone who has done nothing, and that person says, "I don't think I should have to," and they but after they're done body slamming them and doing all the force stuff that was totally unnecessary because the person was never a threat to them in the first place, then they say, "You have the right to remain silent." Oh, now I have it. Now I have it. You knocked a few of my teeth out. Now I have that right. Okay. Arresting for resisting arrest. Yeah, resisting arrest is a secondary charge, sir. But they're not going to listen to you. Like, oh, you're one of those sovereign citizens, aren't you? It's like, no, I'm trying to exercise my goddamn rights. You're the sovereign citizen, fucker. Anyways. And this is a great example of how easily it gets to interject into the conversation. I equate it to an intentional phase where the viewer gets to decide if they get out or not. And now you're traveling to jail. Yeah. The process is the punishment. That's a phrase I see a lot when people talk about this stuff, but it's 100% true. Even if it doesn't stick, even if the charges don't stick, they know nothing's going to happen to them. They want your mugshot plastered on their Twitter and their Facebook so they know it never goes away, despite if you've been absolved of the crime that they threw you in jail for. No punishment will come to them. Your reputation gets destroyed, and their little feelings feel a little bit better because you tried to stand up to them. But after everything that I've seen, I will repeatedly tell you, if they're asking you to do field sobriety test, your answer should be no, because they already think that they're going to get you on that. And field sobrieties are 100% subjective. The worst, when you say no, they'll take away your license, but they can't stick you with DUI on that. Unfortunately, that's what you'll be arrested for. But they won't be able to make it stick because they're going to do a blood test and a breathalyzer and it's all going to be zeros. But that's the worst fucking thing is when they, you say no or whatever and they start, I smell something. Let me get the dog, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. It wouldn't be so big of a deal if you didn't see the pattern all the time too. It's so obvious on a lot of this stuff. And one of my biggest pet peeves about it is it can be divided along race, but this affects everyone. And when the conversation only centers around race with this stuff, it sets us back because this affects us all. And it shouldn't be solely based on that, although that plays into it a lot and certainly in certain areas and everything. But anyone can have their rights abused. It doesn't matter. It's a class issue primarily because the police will double down in areas that are the bad areas, and they'll protect the good areas in ways that they wouldn't for the quote unquote bad areas. And if you're walking in the bad area, you're a suspect. And if you're the wrong person, the wrong clothes or anything, and you're walking in a good area, you're a suspect, right? It's so sick. They work for a few. Yeah. It's all gross. I smell something too. It's your bullshit. Me too, Bob? You have the right to remain rightless? Oh, no, the cops, yeah. I've always thought that if someone tries to solicit... if someone tries to... I miss it. Defense, it should be a 72-hour psych hold. The really gross thing, too, is to watch the officers SovCit. Oh, the sovereign citizen? Oh, I see. I'm not even... Well, the problem with anything like that is then they can start to say that anything is a sovereign citizen. And they'll use that against you. Anytime that you create something to try to solve something, when it comes to the use of force and law, it will be used in you in completely unexpected and unintended ways. It has to be explicitly clear. This is why the First Amendment and like, oh, speech this and speech that. It's like, no. This has to be carte blanche, because anytime you start to tweak the dials on speech, that's when you can start, oh, that's this or that. And you can get people on, you know, that's what Trump's trying to do. It's a good thing we had the wherewithal to not try and change any of that shit. Because when you do get somebody in power that would use it against you, it's a good thing it's not there to be used against you, right? But the sovereign citizen, if there was some sort of law about sovereign citizen, then any exercise of rights would start to be manipulated as that person thinks they're a sovereign citizen. Because that's what the cops tell you when you try to exercise rights. Oh, you watch way too many YouTube videos. You don't know what you're talking about, et cetera, and so on. And the problem is, it's really a lottery. If you get pulled over, is this a good cop or a bad cop? Are they having a good day or a bad day? Do you look like someone they hate? Do you remind them of someone they don't like? Did they think you said something you didn't? Yeah, it's all just, it sucks. Because most times, you know, the encounters with cops, it's not so bad, I guess. Although when I look back, I've mentioned this before, when I look back in California when I was a kid, I now realize how many times they would just pull me over for literally nothing, simply because of what my car looked like. Probably would need a checklist, things like I'm traveling, not traveling. I'm driving, not traveling. I didn't contract with the state, etc. But everyone's allowed to think what they think, you know. People can be dumb. I have one of those faces you just want to arrest. Yeah. One of the sicker things, too, about the application of force, the rapid application of unnecessary force, anytime you see it, the target is always someone smaller and weaker than the one applying the force. They know they can pile drive that person. They know they can use their weight against them. You almost never see them apply that rapid escalation to force for somebody who could take them, because then suddenly they're into de-escalation and they care about themselves enough to not want that to happen. But if they know they can take the individual, they will absolutely escalate to force far faster than they should have. For the bad ones. Again, for the majority of the bad ones, this is like 100% true. Obviously experience a mental health crisis. Yeah, dude, that's why it's so like something the neighbors are fighting across the street. Do I call the cops? Like, do I want blood on my hands? Like, you know, how, like that's the real travesty of all this. For one, like the use of DUIs. I've got to get to work, but the use of DUI arrests when there was no DUI, for instance, makes the entire populace less wealthy, less poor, or have less money, because now you've thrown somebody in jail. Likely they're going to lose their job. How does that fucking help the community? Oh, sure, you got your bump or whatever, but that doesn't help anyone. It makes your entire area less well-to-do. Tennessee is really suffering for this right now. They just DUI anyone. It doesn't even matter. You're driving at night, you're getting pulled over, you're probably going to get a DUI. It's fucking sick. Mostly from the state troopers. So another thing is, like, the state police are generally far worse than the beat ones with a lot of this stuff. Everyone's the enemy to them. But it's just gross. But yeah, you have these things, and it makes us all worse off. And when, you know, the money comes out of the taxpayer with these lawsuits, I think one thing is that might change things, because they always say, oh, you know, it should come out of their pension or whatever. But I think settlements should all be public. Any settlement with the police should be public. The taxpayer has a right to know how much it cost them for that cop to really fuck up. Like, I don't understand why that's even a possibility, that a public servant could commit some sort of atrocity, and then somehow whatever comes out of that payment wise is unknown. That's insane to me. Anyways, I'll get back to work. That feels like an actionable thing that could happen or could like actually be done. Because it doesn't affect them outright, but the possible ramifications of that could be long standing. Anyways, I'm done. I'm off my high horse. But yeah, I've definitely thought long and hard about like, okay, what could you actually change? Like, because sometimes this stuff feels impossible. Like, it's like I don't even know what we could do to make any real change. It just feels so fixed in and locked in. But I do have a lot of like weird theories about things now. That for people that are anti-walkable stuff, like you really need to look at it from the way that the police use driving a vehicle against you, and how because you're driving something that requires you to be licensed, et cetera, and so on, they can default to that as a way of abusing power. And the more that people are walking, the more that a Fourth Amendment violation really sticks, because there's no vehicle involved, right? They have this like plain view doctrine and all this bullshit and all this stuff that they can rely on, and Pennsylvania v. Mims and all this shit to pull you out of the vehicle, to pat you down, to do all this shit they shouldn't be able to do in the first place, all because you're driving a car. But all those things go away if you're walking on foot. But what they do is, you live in cities, you're walking on the wrong side of the road. There's no sidewalk here. You're not even supposed to, there's no public easement here. And now you're getting harassed because of that. So walking becomes a crime. The other thing about public easements and ability to walk and access traveling points is for protest. If you don't have a public easement, you can't protest. And so it's critical for our First Amendment that we have these concepts in place, because we've developed all these laws around them. So we have, like, the fight for walkable areas has more to do with our freedoms than we realize, not only for movement, but also to not be harassed. All those ICE protests, they have this thin fucking strip of sidewalk that they could protest on. That's it. You know, they go out in the street, they got you. You go a little bit onto their grass, they got you. It's wild. Oh, I'm done. This is where I lose viewers. It's like, oh, he's growing as a streamer. And then it's like, a bunch of people are like, I'm out. So we don't do this anymore. This whole input thing here, this goes away. Like, the way we're processing everything is so weird now because we use a packet. I'm going to find out. So let's get the server to tick the state of oh, Greg. So now what we need when we send the simulation packet is we need a list of mineable objects. So we essentially, the same thing we're doing here for the clients, we need a size value for how many mineable objects there are. Or is it an absolute known? Is it always the same for any area? The number of mine objects that we would be sending is the same. Eventually, I think the simulation tick will be a localized value for where the player is. That way we can pack even more into the world. But for now, we'll see what we can get away with not doing that. So up to 256 we have for our size of objects that we're sending across the line. Now what we could do here is instead of even sending, actually, we don't need a size. Because if it's a Boolean value, which it ultimately ends up being, whether it's been mined or not, it's 8. It's 4 bytes, or 8 bits. So an 8-bit gives us 8 things, right? 64, 64. We'd be sending that anyways. If we're always sending the exact state of the thing and not changes. Because eventually those packets will reach the client, right? So for now, let's do 8. 8 is our mineable resources. We don't need okay, so how do we turn this into data? It's going to be what? We have it's in world right now. We have an array. We could iterate on that array, but that's every tick. That would be. We only really need to change it when it changes. And then here's the other thing that's shitty about all this is, again, there's a simulation, and then there's the actual world stuff. And so we need to be able to update the client in a dummy way and update it on the server side in a real way. I don't know how to describe that difference, but there's the actual truth from the server, and then there's like the faux truth that the client is sort of enacting. If we have an array of Booleans, we could do it that way. And then we take those Booleans and turn them into bytes. So this sets our size. Right now we're just appending. We need some sort of limit. So let's go over to our config. And we know it's based on bytes. We'll call them minables. A collection of minables. Got to collect them all. So we need an assertion here. Now, we have to remember with assertions, you've got to be careful with assertions. Do not base logic off assertions in Godot. Roger, what's up? I think that's general rule of thumb anyways. So if the number of children we have here is greater than the allowable amount of minables, we're asserting that this is true, that the number of children is less than or equal to minables. If not, we say, what the fudge just happened there? I don't know how I did that. We say too many mineable elements in world. Limit is currently %s percent config minables. Do I have to do this in we need size. Okay. So if we're over this number, we're going to assert an error so that we know that we basically have created so many mineable resources in our world's design that we can't send that over in the server tick, is essentially what this is about. So the world script here is basically, this is what we're going to be using for designing our zones. And in those zones, we can put certain amount of things that we send through the server ticks. Now, eventually, the complexity of this can be regional. Phantom Camera 3D. So we can have this be, what we would then need to write is a tool that essentially has a radius, and it just scans the entire stage and looks at possible positions in the radius and says there's too many in this block. And maybe we send it over in chunks so that if we're, maybe it's always a grid, a plus sign of our player position, right? So that way we can check the world a little bit easier. Do you think that National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is okay for 8-year-old? Almost going on 9? Or is there something I'm forgetting about that? I remember there's like a stalking the cashier lady shows like her undergarment, I think. So I might say, look away! But is there anything else in that movie? I can't remember. I mean, there's foul language. I'm a little more loose with that stuff. I'll be honest, guys. I treat movie... Oh, there's side boob. Oh, really? We got to look this up just for research. And for the research reasons, we have to look this up. National Lampoon Christmas Vacation. This is for research. Side boob. It's important. As long as you can. Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, there is. Oh, that's some walloping side boob. I don't know. Crap. You know how hard it is being a parent and wanting to watch movies that don't make you want to jump off a cliff? Do you have any idea? Thanks for the heads up, purple stuff. He's gonna porker dad right there on the table. I know. I really know. God. I hope I get to be alive. This is the other thing is, and this is a literal legit thought. I hope I get to live long enough to watch some of these movies with my kids when they would be formative. You know? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Okay, so what we're asserting here is the number of mineable materials. Now we are doing this because over here, so we still need to build the bytes. How do we do this? Do we just take it from here? Yeah, we've watched Home Alone together. The kids and I. Oh, that's what we're finishing tonight. We're starting the second one. That one's they didn't get my daughter when she was really young was fine with it, and then as she got older, the moment when the family disappears and he's like, "Hello?" Like she was like, "I'm out." It was too real for her, the idea of being home alone and like not having anyone there. Problem child and problem child too. What about, I've never seen Gremlins. Is that I always thought it seemed scary to me as a kid. Maybe I was just a coward. I have never seen either Gremlins movies. Blank Check is a good one. But doesn't he make out? He literally makes out with like a 20 or 30-year-old woman? Isn't there like a really weird thing about that in Blank Check? Pristine Waters. Yeah, he kisses Pristine Waters, and it's kind of vulgar, isn't it? How does this fly even in 94? How is this even a thing where they're like, yeah, it's fine. Look at this. Jesus Christ. Everyone on set's like, yeah, we're cool with this. Writer's room. And then you guys kiss. Could you go ahead and try that out now in front of everybody? What the fuck? Jesus. I mean, look at what she's wearing when this happens. My God. Yeah, I was like, oh, Big, that's a good one. And then I'm like, wait a minute. He's like 12 in a man's body and he bangs that lady. That's right. Like every movie I remember from my childhood where I think of it fondly, I'm like, wait a minute, there's this weird part. Flight of the Navigator. Yeah, we've seen that one. That one flies. Yeah. Flight of the Navigator's great. It does have it has some major tonal whiplash. The beginning of the film has this like cool sci-fi element, and then it goes into like Pee Wee Herman land. It's very odd tonally. But I that was a go-to rental for me, was Flight of the Navigator. The Last Starfighter, there's like, so in that one too, Bob, there's like body horror and people like melting and shit, like in Raiders of the Lost Ark. I was shocked. I forgot, and it just doesn't register the same like now. Our sensibilities are different, I guess. Short Circuit. Yep. That one's got it. That one's okay. It does have brown. It's got a guy wearing brown face. So we've got a little bit of a problem there. But besides that, Short Circuit's pretty okay. Although there's a weird sexual thing with the robot in that one, if I'm not mistaken. There's like something weird in it. Even that guy has expressed remorse, yeah. But they still do it. They still do it. They're still doing it today. It's the craziest thing. The Prince of Persia movie. It's like, wait a minute. That guy's looking especially tan. And you look at pictures of him regularly and you're like, he's not that tan. They're like having him go in tanning booths and bronzing him and shit. It's like, it's not, look, just because you, like, just because it's not makeup doesn't change the fact that this is like, guys, come on. Oh yeah, here's that moment too. It's a very Tim America. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I retract my advice. Dude, this happens with every beloved movie that I can think. Like, oh, the DuckTales animated movie. And it's like, oh my God. No. The Chipmunks movie. It's like weirdly sexualizing there's the whole Louie Bowie thing. And then there's like this weird sexualization of the Chipettes in the movie. Like when you watch it as an adult now, you're like, whoa. Like, it's so weird. Howard the Duck, yeah, it's natural that way. I'm trying to think of other fun ones I used to love that you haven't seen. Little Monsters, yeah, I do need to see that. You mentioned that. I got to put that on the list. But dear God, man, there's just weird, like, I definitely feel like all of it is studio notes where they're like, you know what this needs? You know, this doesn't have enough of. Little Shop of Horrors, we got all the way up until Seymour starts hacking people up and stuff. And then my daughter hated it because he was supposed to be the good guy. And so she was out. She's like, I'm not watching any more of this. So I don't know. I'm not instilling these morals in her. They're just in her. So, but she's like, yeah, I don't like him anymore. I'm like, well, it's respectable. So I should show her the bad ending or the original ending. But Homeward Bound, yes. Milo and Otis, yes, they love it. But Milo and Otis is unfortunately like knowing how they treated the animals and just like it's hard to contribute to watching it, but they love that one. But that one was like knowing now what they did, it's wild. How do we get this pug to limp? I know, let's break its leg. What the fuck? Oh my God. It was filmed in Japan in the 80s, so I think they had different animal standards. Is Willow okay? I don't know. Second favorite. I gotta look. I haven't seen that one, so I gotta look it up. Hey, Johnson. Reply Seymour. It's a good life lesson that sometimes there is no good guy. Yeah, sometimes circumstances makes villains of us all, I suppose. That's ultimately the lesson there. Any one of us. Seymour is a metaphor for the possibility that all of us have within us, the ability to perform true acts of evil. It is only luck and chance and circumstance that makes it so that does not occur. The Littlest Hobo. I haven't seen that. What in the? Oh, okay. I'll have to check that one out. I committed an atrocity on a burrito just last night. Crimes against tortillas. Johnson, we were just watching the Dome Keepers netcode stuff to talk about it. We're in the middle of that. I do think I need to wrap it up though, boys. I got distracted. I talked a lot, but we are now officially cooking and making a game. Let me show Johnson what's up. I don't think Johnson's seen it. really quick. Yeah, it sounds like they're kind of they're going a different route than I am, but it sounds like I don't know. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. But it sounds like they're cunning. It sounds like they ran into the same issues I'm having with Packed Byte Array. And it sounds like they rolled their own thing. I'm not sure who it is. Let me see. Chris Rydenor is giving the talk. So what we've got is we're starting to have a real game here, boys. But we can hit things. We see the replications coming across on the server fine. Again, artisanal packets as I'm referring to them. Server tick updates over 250 milliseconds. And now we're starting to have like interaction with the world and stuff like that. So, and we're synced, which is the most important thing. And when we desync, we roll back, replay the inputs, get the player where they need to be. And it's all working. So we just started yesterday and we did a little bit more today. We are now actually working on making a game proper based off of this foundation. Batteries not included. I'll have to check that one out. I haven't seen that one. Hi, Cricket treated us with a delightful Sunday afternoon stream, and now he's claiming he has stuff to do. He's ignored me so far. Hi, Em. I have ignored you, Em. I'm sorry. There's the shout out. This time it actually did the numbers. Oh, I haven't done Johnson either. I gotta do Johnson. So now what we have to work on is once we mine something, right? The state of that change needs to come out to the clients as well. So we need to encode that data. So what we're going to do is we have a limit of, for something is or it isn't when it's a mined resource, which makes it nice because it's just 1 bit. So right now we're going to use 8 bits so we can have 8 mineable or collectible things. And what we need to do is structure that into a mask that we can then send across for the bits to then change that state across for everybody. But this does come with it like a lot to think about in terms of structure and everything. Because like I said, there's sort of the dummy version of the world on the client side, and then there's the real version of the world on the server side. And I have to make sure that I do this in a way where I'm not accidentally futzing with one or like touching one on one end and then on the other. So we may have to have the server side version of a world and then the client side version of that world that's different. So that's what we'll be working on the next time I'm doing this, which may be tomorrow. Much love to everybody out there. Thank you for hanging out. Let's go ahead and raid Shadow Legends. Let's find somebody to raid here.
I can't believe you've done this.
Purple Stuff, please. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Looks like Conrad's going. So we could do Conrad. Red Cabin. I think I haven't returned to Red Cabin raid in a while. So let's do Red Cabin. And we have the viewers. We have the technology. Everyone, when we raid Red Cabin, we want to ask when he's launching. When's the release date? We want to harass about that, okay? All right. Sorry I got distracted. I caught up with Little Doctor Games. We did a lot of catch up, which was really nice. We ranted about cops for a little bit, which is always a good thing. And now we raid. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. All right. See you guys later. I'm trying to let this ad go away. Jeez, it's 30 seconds. How's everyone doing? How y'all doing? You know, think about your loved ones. Give calls to them. Try and think of a really good Christmas present or holiday seasonal thing for your families, members. I know, I'm waiting for the ad that's rolling on Red Cabin so that I can be there and hear him say how great I am that I rated him. So I'm just waiting. It froze. I have to reload now. God bless it, Twitch. All right. See you guys. It's going to raid. Bye. Here we go.